We put in a lot of heart and passion in the work.
All right, good morning. The much awaited GLXY digital live stream. This is a big day. GLXY is going public. I've been waiting for this day for 4 years, but I've been a shareholder from 2018. So we're just going to live stream the event at 15 minutes, 9:15 a.m. Eastern. GLXY or the NASDAQ version of the opening bell starts streaming. So we'll do that. Yeah, let's go, Paul Moore. Let's go, buddy. I think a lot of us has been waiting for this. Help me get this out there. Let's tweet this out. Get some people on the stream here. I'm just gonna make sure this is tweeted out and check the GLXY feed. But I'll also play Novogratz's interview this morning. So let's go. But yeah, I'm fired up. This has been long time coming. So if y'all can help me promote this a little bit, we are live watching the open. Boom. All right. So there we're tweeted. So let's see. Let's give this a listen from this morning.
Up from about 76. It had sort of gone below for a while. Joining us right now in an exclusive interview is GLXY founder and CEO Mike Novogratz. We've all been trying to figure out exactly what's really going on here, Mike. You know, Bitcoin has moved. We also have folks seemingly maybe getting out of cash and bonds and going into gold. Tell us what you think is really happening.
Well, listen, you know, this tariff thing came out of nowhere for a lot of people, and it has provided a really big shock to the global economy, right? And that's kind of happening at the same time where we're really reimagining what our security apparatus is going to be, right? So you had 80 years, really, post-World War II, of a similar security apparatus for the world and an economic structure. And then in '89, you really accelerated that with globalism, right, with the global revolution. And Trump saying, wait a minute, I want to change that. And so that uncertainty is showing up in all markets, right? And, you know, the broad U.S. stock market is roughly down 10% on the year. That doesn't seem near enough dislocation when you put it in context of we're looking at this titanic shift in what we're doing. And so I think people are in a risk-off mindset. Bitcoin broadly does well with these kind of macro conditions. Buyers disappear. And that's what we've broadly seen. We've seen very few new buyers. And so you see people sell, they get short, they buy back. It's starting to trade better in the last few weeks relative to stocks. But broadly, Bitcoin has been the Mag 8 and not gold. I don't think that's a permanent condition. And listen, gold's telling you everything you need to know, right? I used to say this all the time. Bitcoin and gold are report cards on financial stewardship, right? If you're the Secretary of Treasury of the U.S. or any country, your report card really is what's gold, what's the yield curve telling you, and Mike, gold is something that's not great.
Who is the buyer of gold right now, and what money is buying gold?
You know, foreign central banks. Listen, you're going to see. This is a prediction. I don't know if it's true. I know we're going to have a BRICS currency at one point in the next 24 months. I bet you part of it's backed by gold, the digital version. You're seeing foreign central banks buy gold. Listen, when I first got into the markets in the late 80s, I was always fascinated with the fact that in developed markets like the US or Japan, there was no real correlation between the shape of the yield curve and fiscal policy, right? You could spend a lot, you could run big budget deficits, and the yield curve didn't care. But if you between, we call it the Minsky moment. When does people start caring? The way the U.S. market is behaving in a risk-off is exactly opposite of what we've seen for 30 years, right? It's interest rates higher and the dollar weaker. That means we're starting to behave more like an emerging market than a developed market. Now, I'm not saying we've gotten there yet. It's the early stages, and that should get us all nervous. I'm sure that's got Secretary Bessent nervous. I'm sure it's got, people around the White House who understand this nervous.
Because, Mike, some people tried to dismiss these moves last week and say, look, we don't want to make too much of a 2 or 3 day thing. Look, the bond market's already calmed down. So you do think that what was happening was maybe the beginning of a bigger shift that DC needs to pay attention to?
I think it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like what about I was just going to say, like, kind of leading from that, the parachute out is, well, they might be working on a whole new kind of global financial architecture. And I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that too.
Yeah, listen, the architecture we had brought peace and prosperity to the world in over 80 years, more so than we ever saw. And so globalization was great for the world. It was great for wealthy people in the West. It was great for Vietnamese workers. It was really not great for the factory worker in the US and in Europe. And we're trying to pivot that. It's a very noble, it's funny. My politics kind of align. I would have thought if I was in charge, I'd want to bring down the deficit and I'd want to work on inequality. And this is what the goals here are. I just think you can't do that by wishing we didn't have this kind of trade system, wishing we didn't have 30 years of supply chains built out. People make decisions. If you're a Colombian coffee farmer or an American furniture importer, retail furniture person, based on some medium-term horizon. And we're literally ripping up that horizon overnight.
Are we stuck, Mike? I mean, do you think the market is basically saying to the administration, okay, you want to try this goal, the electorate has kind of given you this mandate to some extent, you went to put it into practice, and it just screamed no. And is that because the fiscal deficit is too big? Like, if they had been able to really make a meaningful change on that front, would it all have worked? Or do you think this is just the global market saying this can never work?
I think the global markets are saying you're going too fast and this strategy is not going to work. That's what I think the markets are saying. Listen, just the increase in our interest rates since this thing started is a higher annual cost than all the Doge savings, right? You just think we have 35 trillion in debt, and you go 50 basis points or 30 basis points even. That's 150 billion dollars. It's really hard to take this deficit down, and doing it at the time when you're going to put growth at risk and shift the entire tax code, right? Tariffs, pre this tariff move, accounted for about 2% of taxes, where income taxes and payroll taxes are 85%. And so we're going to cut taxes here and raise them here. The numbers don't add up. And that kind of uncertainty, I think, has just scared markets.
All right, so that was a snippet of Mike this morning on CNBC. I don't know if they went on to talk about, I thought they were going to talk a little bit more about the listing, but it looks like he was just talking more about the macro. So if anyone has a link to a clip from this morning, if he talks about it, please forward it in the chat. But wonder what kind of volume we'll see today. Well, let's check actually what the volume was yesterday. Forgot about OTC. Let's see just the Canadian. We traded 2 million shares. Average volume is 1.3 million shares. So on, let's say average volume on an average day, 1.3 mil on $30 CAD shares is, someone out there is probably better at math, but 40 mil CAD maybe a day, which is nothing. That's tiny. It's not even worth calculating. It's so small on BPRF. But let's see if we were to go to Riot. Let's see what Riot trades. So Riot's doing 28 million shares on, if you use round numbers, $10, give or take like $250 million in volume. So that's it's just so many degrees higher. Not 10x bigger than Riot, but I mean, could be close to that. So, Yeah, Novo is wearing the sparkling Galaxy jacket. I don't know if anyone's follow them on Instagram, but yeah, it might have been an old clip. So sorry about that. Oh, perfect. I love. Thank you for helping me out here with the stream. Let me see if I can get that quickly because the NASDAQ stream opens at 1:45. So let's see if I can open up. Yeah, this is the link I had, but okay, so this video didn't load for me initially. So let's try this. My computer is trying to handle a lot of multimedia right now, so just bear with me. We're gonna try and do a great show here, everyone. I'm definitely trying my best. I'll mute this ad for y'all. So yeah, this is a 5-minute video. We'll get to it. I then have teed up is the Galaxy bell ringing ceremony. So we'll go through that probably on split screen, and we'll just yeah, I don't think he slept last night. I'm not gonna lie, he's probably celebrating.
A list under the ticker name GLXY. Joining us in
GLXY, remember the ticker, boys.
Mike Novogratz here in the home of the NASDAQ. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
It's a big day.
We're excited.
Help the audience that doesn't totally understand the Galaxy story understand what the actual business is, and to the extent that they're going to start to think about the valuation of the business, as an investment banker would say, what are the comps?
Yeah. Well, listen, we started off wanting to be the Goldman Sachs of crypto, and so we started off building a broker dealer and an asset manager, right? A sales and trading business where we would sit between institutions in the crypto market and try to be the bridge really between crypto and this big institutional world. I used to say the herd is coming, right? The institutions are coming. I was way early, but the herd is finally here.
Did anyone try to talk you out of it, by the way?
Oh, everybody. I mean, listen, early on, I bought my first Bitcoin at 100, and it was kind of quirky. But as you try to sell to people, they just didn't get it. And, slowly but surely, people got orange pilled. First on Bitcoin and then on the whole idea of this decentralized revolution, on what crypto could do. I really think it was Larry Fink that was the pinnacle that once Larry bought in, ever since then, expansion of adoption is rolling downhill. And I think it's now like a snowball that's just going to keep picking up steam. The other part of this was I wanted to surround myself with young people that were really smart, that were creative. I wanted to learn new things. And I wanted to have a group that would be able to pivot. And so now Galaxy really has two businesses. We have pivoted not from just crypto to crypto and AI data center. And
that would be like Goldman saying we also do an AI data center.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because it's like there's it would be like Goldman meets AWS.
Yeah. Well, Jeff Bezos pulled off books to the cloud, and I'm not saying I'm Jeff Bezos, but what was interesting about Bitcoin mining, we had gotten into Bitcoin mining, and we happened to buy an amazing site in Texas. When the AI need for big power came up, the guys that owned lots of the big power were crypto miners.
Right.
And so we turn out to have one of the best sites. It's called Helios. And we've signed a lease with CoreWeave. We have an option on another big lease with CoreWeave. That's close to $14 billion of rent wow. over the next 15 years.
So, okay, but for the investors, though, who are saying to themselves, okay, the valuation of this company should be a blended comp between a Coinbase on one side, I'm making this up, and one of these big REITs that are doing AI data centers?
We are a data center company plus a crypto company, so yes. Listen, our data center company will be, our first cash flow should happen first quarter next year. And so by mid next year, we should have the first section really flowing a whole bunch of cash. And at that point, I think the market will give us a lot of credit for saying, whoa, this is a big opportunity.
Do you think it's a hedge, or do you think that they actually are totally connected?
I think we pivoted. Listen, there's an emotional connection. These are the two most exciting, kind of growth areas in markets, right? AI and the infrastructure needed for AI to exist, and crypto finally at the brink, right? We're going to get a bill done on Monday finally at the brink of institutional adoption.
Right.
And, we have built our company for this moment. And so I couldn't be more excited.
At the risk of maybe upsetting your regulators, given maybe some of your politics, I'm curious what you make. We had a piece earlier about the Trump family. Eric Trump was asked about what's going on with their engagement in the world of crypto. What do you think of that, and how you think it affects either the public's perception and credibility of crypto right now, or any of the other sort of bigger questions that it raises?
Yeah, so the 4 years under Biden were really un-American when it came to crypto. It was just misery. And this administration has been amazing for the space in general. The Elizabeth Warren faction of the Democrats are looking at the Trump participation and using that as a wedge to say, doesn't feel good, it doesn't feel right. What I'm proud about is that the core of the Democrats, Senator Warner, Senator Gallegos, really leading this genius bill, amongst others, have said crypto should be bipartisan. And if the Trump kids do something illegal, they should get prosecuted. We haven't seen them doing anything illegal yet, and I hope they don't. But let's not let their participation sidetrack this entire issue. Partly it's political, right? One of the reasons the Republicans did so well was crypto. They were the biggest funders of Trump. They highlighted this anti-innovation side that was the Democrats were being painted with. I used to say there are more crypto owners than dog owners. And so why are you the party against dogs? And I think the smart Democrats get it. And so we got to get this bill done, which I think happens Monday. Then there's a market structure bill. And then, quite frankly, crypto will go quiet in D.C.
Okay. What will crypto do in terms of the market? Will it go quiet or go loud? At this point, we're looking at Bitcoin sitting at about 104,000.
And I remember, by the way, when we started to come back off the April lows, and maybe gold had the first move, and you said, when gold goes, what was the exact data point? It was like crypto follows, and sure enough, here we are.
Yeah, listen, we had a euphoric top right around the inauguration, and a combination of a lot of things, Trump coin and whatnot. People say, okay, and crypto went back and tested where the election breakout was. Now it looks like we'll take out 106, 107, 108 and make the next leg to 130, 150. And at that point, you're in price discovery, right? I keep thinking gold's a $22 trillion asset and crypto's a $2 trillion asset. And at one point, as more and more young people inherit the money for their old people that, kiss the face of God, you're going to see crypto equal gold. And that's a long way from here.
All right, there's Mike this morning. Yeah, he seemed either a little bit nervous, or I think he's just, this is an exciting day. You can just see the adrenaline coursing through his body. So I'm pretty sure he's got that. So what I'm going to try and do is, I think we all want to watch the ringing of the bell. So this is the NASDAQ stream. Let me see if I can full screen this, and then I'm going to try and find a way to pull up the chart on the other side. So let's see if they are live. Oh, live now. Okay. So nothing's going on just yet. Look at that GLXY logo at the NASDAQ. Guys, we've waited so long for this, but this moment is happening. If you're on the stream, please get active in the chat, say hi, send me information, call out things you want to see, and then also please share this out. I tag Nicholas Flammel or whatever for a retweet. I hope he'll retweet us because we'd love to get this. So we'll keep the stream here on, try and do this on split screen. So bear with me. I'm going to try and do a few things here and see if we can half screen this. But thanks for sending me that clip. I was trying to find the right one from today, and I think we were able to find that. Okay, so, all right. Let's see. Are we trading at all this morning? I don't know what this is going to look like, to be honest with you. I actually have no idea how this is really going to work. I know if you own shares, let's see, Neo, Toronto, I don't see it listed yet. I know someone had a Robinhood. It was showing on Robinhood. So if you have a link to that, please do let me know. I know Robinhood does have a page where you can view stocks, but I tried to put in the Galaxy symbol and nothing came up. It was a 404 link. So, so I don't know what's going on there, but to share, I might have to reshare my screen here to split screen this a little bit with the NASDAQ ringing. So let me do that. All right, we're going to do entire screen. Okay. Lovely mountains. So there's that. And then here's the live stream from the NASDAQ. There we go. I think we have this. Comes up on Schwab. Okay. A moment of silence for, yes. Can we honestly, let's pull up the old Galaxy ticker. Where are you? You are right here. Rest in peace. If anyone can send me a public version of where I can see pre-market or the NASDAQ listed Galaxy ticker, that would be super appreciated. Yeah, moment of silence. RIP. Good riddance. Oh, perfect. I was actually looking for this, Max, so thank you for sending that. Let me pull that on screen. Okay. Oh, beautiful. This is exactly what I'm looking for. All right. I feel like Robinhood's charts are much better. I don't love how this is sized, so I apologize there. There's a lot of white space here. Don't know if I can. Yeah, it's just how how it's set up. That's okay. Okay.
My name is Sarah Youngwood and I am NASDAQ CFO. It is our pleasure to welcome Galaxy Digital and its founder and chief executive officer, Mike Novogratz, to open the US markets for us today. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to members of the management team and of the board, employees, and all of
Please just drop in the chat. Make sure you can hear this. Just give me a thumbs up that everyone can hear what's on my screen.
At the crossroads of the world in Times Square, New York, as we prepare to ring today's
Oh man, up 11%.
We are delighted
what is going
to celebrate
on,
Galaxy's listing on NASDAQ that occurs today, May 16th. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you, Reggie.
Galaxy is now listed on the NASDAQ Global Select Market, our highest listing tier, under the symbol GLXY. A NASDAQ listing will provide the company with improved liquidity and increased visibility with U.S. investors. Congratulations again. Galaxy is a global leader in digital assets and data center infrastructure, delivering solutions that accelerate progress in finance and artificial intelligence. Galaxy offers institutional access to trading, lending, advisory, asset management, self-custody, and tokenization technology. Additionally, Galaxy invests in and operates data center infrastructure to power AI and high-performance computing. Mike, we know that this is a team effort. So congratulations to the management team, the board, and the Galaxy employees. NASDAQ is delighted to be your partner, and we look forward to supporting Galaxy Digital as you continue to grow as a listed company. Now, please join me in welcoming your founder and CEO, Mike Novogratz.
Remember the name, folks. Mike Novogratz, remember the name.
Thank you, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here with the GLXY team to ring the opening bell. This day has been a long time coming. For the past 7 years, we've poured everything into building the most comprehensive platforms for institutions to engage in digital assets. From the beginning, we knew that becoming a U.S. public company was key to realizing that mission. It gives us access to the largest, most liquid capital market in the world. And it lets us engage directly with investors here at home in a way we haven't before. But look, getting here wasn't easy. The road was long. There were setbacks, market volatility, and regulatory turbulence. We weathered it all, and we're stronger because of it. Adaptability became part of our DNA. That flexibility, that resilience is exactly what allowed us to move fast when we seized on the opportunity to expand into artificial intelligence. And the ability to evolve will be a big part of our story going forward. I want to take a moment to recognize the people that made this possible. To our employees, you are the heartbeat of GLXY. We've been in the trenches together and kept pushing when others stepped back. To our partners, clients, investors, and early believers, thanks for betting on us, even when the path wasn't always so clear. And meaningful as today is, it's just the beginning. I started on Wall Street, ran my family office, then took a leap to build a firm that bridges institutional rigor of traditional finance with the potential of digital assets. GLXY has become so much more than that vision. Our best chapters are still ahead. Now let's go build that future. Thank you.
There you have it. That's Mike Novogratz at the NASDAQ opening the bell today. He just addressed a speech I think hits at home for all of us that have been shareholders for a long time in the trenches. Looks like the opening bell is being placed on the oh yeah, there it is. They slide it off. So you know, it's not ringing a physical bell. It is just pushing a button. But we have 2 minutes here until listing time. I would assume this is Mike's family and friends coming around. Big day for a CEO. These are, you know, big moments, and you can hear that in his voice. So, anyone know when options would be listed? If you know when options will be listed, please drop it in chat because I'm not sure, Reggie. I am not sure. There's the team. On the left-hand side, we have Robinhood's quote of GLXY. Right now, it's trading up 7% in pre. And then on the right, we're going to continue the stream until he clicks the button. Get ready, everyone. The big day. No clue how this thing's going to go. So here we are. Can't believe this is 1 minute away. This is happening right now. I doubt we'll send rate to 100, but you know, you never know with these things. Like I said before earlier, the liquidity is massive different. So just refresh for good luck, for good measure. Micro trading view now. Let's see. Let me pull trading view up. GLXY. Oh, it is here. GLXY Digital on the NASDAQ. All right. We just have one lonely candle there on the 1 minute. Oh, they have the guy in the spacesuit. If anyone's seen the Instagram reels, the spacesuit was pretty funny. The guy was wandering around Toronto and New York, I guess, with the spacesuit. So here we have opening 23.40 USD. That's not in Canadian dollars. That is US dollars, which is a huge moment. The end of the Galaxy stream is there. And yeah, we're going to see what this is going to do today. So I might next pull up just the Twitter feed because I'm pretty sure this is done over here. So let's see if we can get the Twitter up. And if there's anyone who knows where I can see kind of real-time conversation about this, I guess StockTwits is a great spot. But yeah, let's see what kind of reaction we get here from the market. I think we all would have loved this to open at $100, but let's get real. I don't know if that was practical, but we'll see if we can get the volume to build here. You know, already at 276,000 shares in the first, couple minutes. That's like we trade an average 1.3 million shares. So that's already like pretty good volume. Yeah, what a day. Let's see if the feed, anyone else got more cool stuff on the feed here. I'm also going to put some music on. Let's see. Lo-fi. Let's get those candles building. We have no price history. I'm going to quickly peek at the Canadian. Give this a refresh. See what this gives us. There you go, 32.44. Yeah, I don't think this is going to get out of line. I mean, if you think of some of the other cannabis stock listings, it took a while for even Tilray to have that massive run. It happened over a period of a couple months, and then it really picked up steam. This would be cool. It would be great to see Galaxy be the first tokenized shares. I know FTX back in the day actually had a version of Galaxy shares on the FTX exchange that were actually tradable. And that was interesting. Obviously, FTX kind of went on to be a bit of a dud, but it was at least pretty innovative. And they had done it through a firm, I believe, in Germany, that they had tokenized them and were holding those shares in custody. Gotta actually add Galaxy here. Add it to the old watch list now. Put it right above the Canadian listed. See what else is gone. Trending on StockTwits. Let's go. That's the other thing. Let's check StockTwits real quick. I'll show you some stuff real quick. Here's Galaxy on StockTwits. We're trending, which is great. This is the TSX V symbol. But again, 3,000 followers. That's really nothing. Not a lot there. God, nice art. But 3,000 followers. So if this can get trending and catch a bid, that would be awesome. But again, you know, if you look at Mara, yeah, how many followers does Marathon have? Let's see that again. Yeah, 155,000. So Galaxy has to be discovered for sure. I don't even know who's like selling this right now. This will maybe rip. We'll see. See real-time Toronto. Up 3%. You know, still only 295,000 shares. See with the volume. So even Marathon, I know the price is different here, but kind of in line with little in line with Marathon's volume. Marathon is obviously higher; it's lower share price, but love to see this volume kick up. Average volume is 543,000. Volume so far, 467,000. Sell the open. Yeah, I mean, some people probably, you know, were buying this in anticipation of this day. And I mean, if you don't get a, maybe with the anticipation of selling into some sort of spike this morning, but it doesn't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, this is, over time, this is probably, you gotta talk to your own financial advisor, but probably going higher, I would assume. See what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin strong open. ETH looking good. Sol looking good. Hyperliquid. Wow, Hyperliquid looking super strong. I think Hyperliquid's breaking. I bought this at $12 and it is just rip city. Got a green market today too. NASDAQ clearly over the 200-day moving average and only, you know, less than 5% from all-time highs. Amazing. Amazing or complacent. I don't know which yet. We have 1,400 on the stream. Please retweet this. I don't think I got a retweet from Nicholas. So tag him on stream. Nicholas Flame. What is it? Flame? I forget his name. Nicholas Flamel. I remember this guy popping up and becoming. Oh yeah, here. So I want to review this Rittenhouse report. So we believe Galaxy's flagship data center Helios will generate 1.6 billion EBITDA and 32 billion of equity value in the near term, with significant further upside. 32 billion. Remember, the stock trades at like a 10 billion valuation. CAD, I believe. 7.9 billion US. So to have something with a 32 billion valuation of upside, I mean, for an equity of this size is kind of unheard of, to be honest. While majority of public miners are now talking about AI, Galaxy is the only name with both the financial and human capital required to prosecute the opportunity presented. Galaxy was built as a profitable financial services and trading business led by CEO and founder Mike Novogratz, who has grown book value per share from $1 to $6 since 2018. Meanwhile, Bitcoin miners continue to bleed cash and dilute their shareholders to oblivion. If you're in the mining mafia, this is like a big piece here. I know some former CEOs of some mining firms. Yeah, those businesses are very, very competitive. While Core Scientific and TeraWulf have both done well to execute AI data center leases, both have debt in excess of their cash and liquid assets versus Galaxy's $2 billion net cash position. Core's only emerged from bankruptcy less than 18 months ago, while Wolf continues to rely on incessant share issuances as the core mining operations are not profitable. Is Rittenhouse trustworthy? You know what? Good, Jacob. That's a great question. I've like you. I've never seen these guys before, so I'm not sure. Let me. Oh yeah, it's May 2025. What the heck? Yeah, I mean, I think like anything in life, you take it all with a grain of salt, and see. I'll give them a follow though, nonetheless. But this doesn't directionally, this feels accurate. I know, having talked to people inside the industry, I live in Toronto, so a lot of the early mining and crypto people are based out of here, and this directionally feels accurate in some of those conversations. We view CoreWeave tenant credit risk fears as extremely overblown, as yesterday's blowout earnings and today's $4 billion announced expansion with OpenAI demonstrate CoreWeave is the only next-gen AI cloud provider cloud provider capable of operating GPU clusters at massive scale. While AI bears and conspiracy theorists tout revenue round-tripping allegations stemming from NVIDIA's investment in CoreWeave, we view the relationship with NVIDIA as significant competitive advantage. We believe demand for LLM training capacity will grow in the near term, contrary to the belief that AI scaling laws will lead to a cliff in training capacity demand. We also think Helios is well suited for both training and inference workloads. DeepSeek really kind of put this on its head with their mix of experts, way they do kind of their. I'm not an AI expert, but they have basically a way that the model thinks about answers to questions that make it more efficient. And also DeepSeek kind of stood on the shoulders of previous frontier models like what OpenAI had done back in 2013 or 2023. Sorry. I don't know that demand for compute is going to decrease. I feel like it's a bit of an arms race. You see that with OpenAI or with X building a huge cluster, and I just if it's not training LLMs, it'll be training something else. There'll be some other use case for this compute. We estimate that Helios could create $43 billion of equity value, assuming a 22 times EBITDA multiple for Galaxy shareholders under a scenario in which all 2.5 megawatts of total potential capacity of the campuses are leased out on economic terms in line with Galaxy's existing CoreWeave lease agreements. So this 2.5 gigawatts or 2,500 megawatts. I live in Toronto. We have two very large nuclear power plants. So we have the Pickering Power Station. It has 4 CANDU reactors, Canadian developed. I believe each reactor is 1 gigawatt or a little bit less. So the whole facility does about 3 gigawatts of electricity with all 4 reactors going. So you can think like 2.5 gigawatts or 2,500 megawatts. That's like 2.5 very large nuclear reactors, and it's not trivial to develop these energy resources. So the fact that they have access to some of this energy, I think, is it's really the limiting factor. I think people all think compute is kind of like the limiting factor. I would say it's definitely the power. Is when I say compute, I mean like the actual chips, but it's really the power that is the kind of constraint. Both public comps from these symbols and M&A transactions multiples indicate that data center platforms typically trade at 25 times EBITDA and north of 20 million per megawatt of capacity. I mean, let's do some quick math. So 20 million per megawatt. So that's per year. So 20 times, using round numbers, I think they had 400 megawatts. So that's $8 billion. I don't know if my math is mathing there, so take it with a grain of salt. While we are not explicitly underwriting any shares price appreciation from tomorrow's NASDAQ listing and would consider it foolish to do, we view this milestone as considerably positive in the long term. I think you got to look at it as long term. Obviously, I think we wanted to see some huge green candles here, but it's more you got a long term. We have no relationship with Galaxy nor any company mentioned in our report. We have never been compensated by any of the. We're investing in open source as our investment thesis. Very interesting. All right. Yeah. Again, Jacob, I don't know if this is overly trustworthy, but directionally this seems consistent with what we've heard. Who the heck are you? How long have you been around? Great report. Love it. Way to pick up the slack for the big banks. I prefer my research be done in Kensington, to be honest. Do you have evidence they'll be able to execute the full 1,000 megawatts of power? Not even clear that they'll get approved for the incremental 800. I don't know. That I don't know. I did hear something that might be a challenge, but they basically said they're going to layer it on as they go. So it's not going to probably turn on 800 all at once. They're going to kind of scale it, which you can't just like, it's not like there's a nuclear power station that's sitting there beside the Galaxy data center ready to be flick the switch. So it's going to have to be kind of scaled up with time, I would assume. But interesting research report. Really, really interesting. So we'll see. Yeah, well, if your shares were tokenized, they would have happened pretty quickly. Yes, Trader Joe, been around for a while. WM Crypto, been around for a while. I've been around since TSX Venture days, sub $1. Looks like we're going to have a gap up open this morning. I think this is, so $25 is the recent local high to watch. I mean, keep in mind the stocks ran from $12 in anticipation of this day. So, yeah, let's see what we're trading in Toronto. Yeah, the pre-market definitely got me excited. Man, only being up 1%. I mean, we gotta taper our expectations. It's the first day. I would think this will gain traction in the coming days and months. But it would be really nice to see this kind of have a strong showing today. I mean, a lot of what did I saw eToro went actually live yesterday. Let's see if I can find that. Was it eToro? Pretty sure it was eToro. See how eToro did on their eToro. Yeah. So this was eToro from yesterday. They opened the bell. So they opened at $70 a share, traded kind of flat throughout the day, and then the following day kind of flattened down, and then today 66. So, you know, gotta keep your expectations, I think, a little in line with something like this. See, Mike. Love the follow from Novo. It's awesome. This content was great. The Galaxy space suit, dude. That is grade A content. It looks like this was shot in Toronto, which is cool. Yeah, this is in Toronto. This is the King Street Bridge, I believe. Very cool. Very cool shot. That is really hats off, Mike. Honestly, this is a really nice nod to Toronto. I really appreciate it as a Canadian. Really appreciate this. That's really nice for them to do that. I'm glad the Canadian capital markets were there when the U.S. Securities and Exchange commission and the US capital markets were closed to a company like Galaxy, I'm glad in Canada we were able to provide that opportunity. Obviously would have liked the change to happen earlier, but shout out to the Canadian regulators to allow that to happen.
Oh boy.
Roger, stand by. You're looking great.
Love it. Was that Toronto Beaches? I find this so funny that they shot all this. Amazing. Yeah, this is interesting. Sonic Labs announced a 10 million token sale to Galaxy. I actually was talking to a friend who is in the capital markets about this deal or something that could happen like this. So I think Sonic is an interesting blockchain. Let's go, Galaxy. $23, baby. Let's see some green candles. The shakeout this morning, this shakeout was real. Okay, what is one kind of long Galaxy on Hyperliquid? What are we talking about here, folks? Liquid. That would be cool. The ticker is GLXY. Yeah, 530,000 shares. So yesterday we did like 1.6 million shares in Canada. So already up to 530,000 shares in the first minutes. Wild. See any conversation on StockTwits. Good to see CoreWeave. Nice move. Get out of here, StockTwits. I don't want to sign up right now. Bruv. Tell me I gotta sign in here. All right, let's do this real quick. All right. We're all gonna throw small market orders. That's hold the line mentality. Man, come on, people. We gotta be a little be long-term investors. Everyone's like, oh, it should be mooning, blah blah blah. Like, guys, that's not how this thing works. This thing ran from $12 to $30 in a month. Like, for Christ's sakes, let's keep our expectations realistic. Wow, we had almost 1,600 people tune in today. It's awesome. If you like these streams, let me know. I've been live streaming a lot lately, actually. My content on Galaxy is usually gets the most attention. I want to see some green candles here, so I'm kind of waiting to see if we get a few green candles before I decide I'm gonna shut her down. I want to see some I want to see a bunch of kids in the Midwest open up their Robinhood account today and just buying GLXY because, you know, doing it for the culture. Ah, Galaxy liked my post. Liked my reply. All right, let's see if we get a push here. I feel like this could do something like this. As someone posted, $25. Let's see, what was the high in BPRHF or FR? What was the highs when Galaxy was $30? Yeah, so the high's about 24.50 or something like that. So if I mark it on the chart here, so this here is the high. See if we get there's no point in doing any TA on this, folks. We're candle watching right now for the culture. One of the notable things, though, that they mention is that Galaxy can now be much more public about what they're working on, press releases, social media, because they couldn't before, just because the way, I guess, the regulations work. But now Galaxy can be much more public facing and promote more of what they're doing. So I think that news, will catch attention and is a good pivot from before. Galaxy was pretty minimalist in their PRs. Like, you look at for a company their size and so much going on, you look at their press releases under the ticker symbol on Yahoo Finance, and it's like one update every couple weeks. So I think that's going to change. So yeah, I mean, reminder, CoreWeave traded below its $40 IPO price. 6 weeks later, it's now $75. Galaxy Digital Holdings on the NASDAQ ticker tape for the first time. So I'm probably going to cap stream at 10:30 a.m. For a break. And look there. There's my stream. Thanks a lot for stream. Building a great support on the vol profile at 2250. Yeah, Wisdom Seeker. I think so. Thank you, R, for I seen you liking my content, commenting. Appreciate you. Noah, good guy. Sometime I'd love to do a stream with Noah. So Noah, let me know. I know you create some content around Galaxy. We should make it happen. Try and make it happen sometime.
Breakdown of Galaxy before we uplist into the NASDAQ. And we're going to go over a bunch of technicals from daily to weekly time frame, short term to long term. So let's get right into it. First thing I want to highlight, okay, so we bottom April 7th, right? A bunch of news comes out, Galaxy NASDAQ uplisting. You start to see the Trump tariffs get settled out, right? All this tariff talk is coming to an ease. Trade deals start being made. Markets start to rip, right? Trump's tweeting out buy now. Markets are going much higher. You're starting to see what was it the other day? Trump met with some UAE big dog and a bunch of these like founders and CEOs went like something's happening here. Obviously, markets are in a position to go higher as of right now, right? So with the momentum on our side, you see names like Galaxy and a bunch of other names perform extremely well, okay? What we have here, and it's not so easy to see on the daily time frame because it's split up in spurts, but the amount of bullish volume coming in since April 7th is extremely significant in my opinion. You start to go to the daily time frame and now it starts to be, or the 2-day, and it becomes a little bit more obvious here, right? Clear reversal. We reclaim our 8 EMA and now we're just steady riding the 8 EMA. It's almost as like there's been a constant bid since April 7th. Excuse me. Obviously, right? Like a big part of this is the NASDAQ uplisting, right? People want in before the NASDAQ uplisting because they're anticipating something big is going to come that day and to come, right? So people are obviously trying to position themselves. You start to look at the 3-day time frame. This volume here is it's significant compared to the last who knows how long, over almost a year, right? You look the past year, just these past few weeks have been
shout out to y'all who are buying back at
volume,
$5,
right?
by the way.
Frame, and it's very elevated.
Buying
You can
Galaxy
also tell because we have
$5
such a strong bounce. It's been like 5-6 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's the 6th week. Extremely strong bounce, right? So just from the lows to the highs, right? So from the lows we made to the highs we made here, 187%. In my opinion, when you add all the macro things going on around, like,
yeah, Noah's right here. So this move in Galaxy from $12 tariff lows back to $30. When you see a move like that, that's that strong, that is high signal. Like that's notable. There's a lot of stocks out there that probably have not fully retraced that move. So to see that on something like Galaxy is notable for sure.
Again, the trade deals, the tariffs, all that shit. And then you see Bitcoin above 100K and you see Galaxy come out very early that they're gonna, like over a month ago, saying they're gonna be uplisted to the NASDAQ. This, plus you look at the price action, you look at the volume, is a very big signal that this is positioning, right? This is longer term positioning, to me, it doesn't seem like it's just a quick pump and dump. So for those on the Galaxy feed who are screaming that we're going to dump here, I don't think we're going to dump. Okay. You look at the daily time frame, you look back, let's just point back major resistance levels that we struggled at, right? So here we have about $35.
35 is marked out in the blue line.
You could see back in 2020, 2021,
in the CAD version,
the major zones we struggled at here, right? So obviously we could not clear 43.98, and we could not clear.
Let's see what 43.98 is. Let's chart that up.
Right, so that gives us a pretty solid gap. Again, you could also mark out this area as well. Let's do that. We'll mark out right here. Right, so that's the 37 area. These three levels,
this wick 37,
give us the
34
resistance points that I think we could run into tomorrow. Tomorrow's the NASDAQ uplisting day. I'm expecting us a gap up move. Whether we gap up and it's a sell-off, or we gap up and run, this is what the area that we're playing with, in my opinion. Okay, so 34. These are the zones in the next few weeks. We're gonna have, I imagine, some sort of struggle, right? You've even seen it on the Galaxy feed already. People are already talking about, you know, selling off some shares at the NASDAQ uplisting or around the NASDAQ uplisting to, you know, take some profits, which is all expected, right? If you come in with like an objective point of view, I think that's pretty expected. Another reason to expect some sort of struggle around this range is,
see if we break.
We just pumped 187% in a little bit over a month, right? So this is an explosive move, right? So it's almost asking to be somewhere around this range. Let's call the middle of this $40. And then we spend a few weeks to allow the 8 EMAs to catch up. Again, this is just how my brain is. Again, is this going to happen? I have no clue, dude. It could go blow off top. It could be a very slow, steady grind upward. But again, what I'm looking for are patterns, and oftentimes an event like this can cause a gap up move where we might end up somewhere in this range. There we go. We might end up somewhere in this range and then have one of these candles where we come back down and we close around something like that. That is one of the things I'm expecting. What that would do for us is it would basically establish that zone is where we want to play in. It's where we want to see more people buy Galaxy shares over the next few weeks to absorb all of the supply in this area. Again, we're getting uplisted to the NASDAQ. What does that mean? Way more liquidity, way more exposure. I think what that creates is the opportunity to weaken this area's supply in a lot faster time frame. Right? So instead of what would normally take Galaxy on the TSX, who knows, maybe another 6 months, maybe what we could see here is we get that early move and we quickly digest that move within, let's say, 2, 3, 6 weeks. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. And then while that happens, I'm going to expect some sort of a consolidation. So if we gap up into those previous zones, right? If we gap up into this zone area around here, again, it's pretty wide, I know, but from 35 to 45, let's say, if we play in that range, I'm expecting us to have some sort of pattern. We could be looking at a potential wedge to form, right? We could be looking at one of the big booty bottom patterns, right? So there's a wedge that could form in that area. We could be looking at one of those big booty bottom patterns where maybe we rally right up into this range. We create that nice bottoming look here, something like that, where we play in this area. And again, it would look something like this. We get that strong move, and then we play in this area, consolidate just a little bit, weaken these zones, and then we get the explosive move. Right, so these are a few things that I'm looking at here. It could be a simple bull flag, and then as the weeks go on, if we're looking at a potential, you know, breakout to the upside, I think there's going to be, again, another thing we should be looking out for. Let's pay attention to this stable coin bill that is potentially going to be passed in the next week, 2-3 weeks, right? This is a big discussion in the space. Again, to me, the stablecoin bill gets passed, and that's almost like again, don't take what I'm saying as Bible script, right? But to me, that signals like, okay, obviously they're trying to make the steps to convert the USD into something even more easily, how would you put it? Tradable, printable, right? So if anything, over time, you will eventually see the USD weaken, I imagine, and whether that's through printing or we see rates drop and then the USD follows to drop with that. That is what my thoughts are about around this stablecoin bill, and if it does get passed, that's a bullish catalyst for Bitcoin and Galaxy in general, right? So in the next few weeks, that could be another catalyst to drive Bitcoin price up, which would help aid in Galaxy's price also increasing. This is what we're looking at weekly time frame, right? If we're zooming out, that's more of my short-term thoughts, right? So the next couple weeks, with the big bang being tomorrow's NASDAQ uplisting. When we're looking long term, I think it's very evident.
So I'll pause on Noah's chart here, and maybe I'll expand this fully. But back here, I remember this day. I was sitting in a chair at my condo, and I was looking. This is 2020. In May of 2020, and Galaxy was on the TSX Venture, was sub $1, 70 cents, and I bought some here, and this ripped on a run from 70 cents all the way to this is I think the US dollar. No, sorry, this is the Canadian. So all the way to 47 in a year. This move here was one of the craziest moves like I've ever seen on a stock. And so I owned a good amount and was able to actually get a down payment together from this move to buy a house. So thank you, Mike Novogratz, for that. But this chart looks just phenomenal. Like, this bounce here is so strong.
Evident to point this out as well. Again, you can keep some of those lines there. I like to create a little zone. This zone right here, to me, it seems like it's so obvious. This is like, again, let's flip the chart upside down. And if we're looking at this from an upside down point of view, it almost looks like a head and shoulders. So of course, I'm looking at it from an inverse head and shoulders point of view. But to me, what this looks like is it looks like the stock wants to hang around this area, right? Whether we get something like this and then break down from the inverse perspective, right? That makes complete sense to me. If I flip it upside down and it looks like it's going down, it's the perfect setup. So again, the inverse head and shoulders here is, again, it's a very reliable pattern when you start to piece together all the different aspects going into it. So again, Galaxy's we all know the fundamental story behind Galaxy. It's actually like, it's almost a movie, to be honest.
It is a movie.
Like, if you look at Galaxy compared to its peers in the space, they all have significantly, not just time as an advantage, but the access to capital, as they were talking about in the AMA the other day. These other companies have had such a significant advantage. Galaxy's kind of just been trailing along the whole time, building such a strong foundation, and now they're gaining access to this. And something, again, I think this is kind of understated. There's a few things. Just the name. Like, just think about Galaxy, the name. When you think of like a random investor, someone who doesn't know too much, or even the average person, or even someone who's pretty skilled, let's say. Look at the big names: Tesla, Apple, Google, Microsoft. They're almost like buzzwords in a way, right? Galaxy has that essence. It has that aura.
It does.
it's a buzz name. People are going to be talking about it. You add to that Novogratz being like the best spokesman you could have for a company like this, with his institutional, you know, network. We could be looking at, this is exactly what we could be looking at, right? And it adds up, all of these fundamentals, all the macro behind it adds up to the chart pattern, pointing towards a massive 4-year inverse head and shoulders that looks like pretty soon it's about to explode to the upside. That's my whole entire thesis from short term to long term. That's what we're looking at, I think. So it's a very exciting time. We just need to be patient. Along the way, of course, there could be some hiccups regarding macroeconomic news. Let's say it's war, like we could talk about the tariffs. There's always a theme at every specific moment. We'll just have to be looking with a keen eye on what the next theme is going to be that will disrupt markets and cause hiccups in the markets. Other than that, everything, it's like scripted. It feels like it's almost too good, if you get what I'm putting down here. So I hope you guys enjoyed. That's the breakdown. I'm going to be enjoying a nice long weekend out here in Ontario, going up north. I might not have the ability to post videos, so I wanted to post this video tonight. I hope you guys got some sort of educational or some cool little learning experience from it in terms of TA, and like just how I've been trying to understand, you know, recognizing chart patterns and the markets in general. So cheers, guys. Congrats on
Cheers, Noah. That was a great video. Thank you for putting that together. Great analysis. Again, would love to stream with you sometime. I think that would be really fun. We'll do a live. Yeah, I'd love to see this push up here. Again, this blue line, this is the local high that we're currently at. It would be super cool on stream today if this started to gain a bit of a bid here. And the news got around that GLXY is now live on, you know, millions of Robinhood users, and this started to pick up some momentum. That would be super cool. So we'll see if we get a push up here. This local high, and then this is the all-time high up here at 34. So unlikely that we're gonna get up there, but I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of push up, get a little bit of momentum and volume here, and we can kind of see this break this local high. But yeah, maybe that's wishful thinking. Come on. See if I can find some. I don't have any like real time like L2s or level 2 data or anything like that. Yeah, even on Market Watch, they don't even have the NASDAQ Galaxy on there. I see some level 2 bid-ask quotes. I don't know if I don't think StockTwits has this. But we're about to break 1 million shares traded. You know, $22 million. That's like an average day on the TSX already. It's only an hour in. Well, guys, we're at 10:30. Streamed for an hour and a half today. I'd love this to push up to the local high on stream right now. That would be phenomenal. But you know what? We're going to be patient. I'm a long-term investor. I've held my shares for a while. So for me, this is just another day at the office situation. Nothing's changed. It would be cool to see this fly, though, and kind of the but it's going to take time. It's definitely going to take time. Rotating profits from CoreWeave into Galaxy. That seems like a really smart idea. Yeah, Bob, thanks for liking my stuff. This is literally the only meme I see of Novogratz when you try and find some memes on X in the GIFs. All right, let's see something. Come on, Galaxy, give us a push up here for the stream, Galaxy, for the stream. Do it for the stream. I didn't even check YouTube, actually. Let's see how many do we get anyone on YouTube? View my channel. A couple watching. Nice. Oh, come on. Come on, Galaxy. Do it for the stream. Yeah, I think Ansem here is referring to the Coinbase leaks. It's pretty unforgivable that Coinbase leaked user names, addresses, social security information, and their like apparently the picture that they use for their 2FA or their verification on their oh my gosh, why can't it? The anti AML, their AML verification. You know how you hold up like your address and name or something, then take a picture, take a selfie, and then use that to prove that it's you. So really, really inexcusable. It's a huge, you know, and they showed your account balances. So it'd be one thing if that personal PIA data was leaked. I mean, Equifax has leaked all our data already, so they wouldn't be the first company. I think what's inexcusable is a company that came with account balances. So basically, that's just literally helping a criminal find targets for whatever. So if you're already kind of caught wiped out or have fumbled your bags, you're probably fine. But if you have large account balances of crypto, the Coinbase leak was definitely unforgivable. Even though they've handled it, I think quite well, it's still pretty unforgivable. And I'm a Coinbase fan. I love what they've done. I always used to be a Coinbase user, but it's just, yeah, can't leak people's data and specifically their pictures. I don't see anything else going on. We're just hanging on stream here to see if we can get a push up here. There we go. All right, come on. Black Galaxy, good luck. Congrats. I love it, Rose Premium Signals. Look at that, 78,000 followers. Oh, Pentoshi. Nice. Look at that, 862,000 followers. Buying Galaxy, good job. So many people are like, oh, what's the contract address? Like, bruh, Galaxy is a stock, not a cryptocurrency. Come on. All right, let's see. See if we can wick up here. Get a little volume building. Let's go right here. There we go. Come on. Love to see it break out. Start reclaiming some of these levels here, like the local high. Rest in peace. Good riddance. Let's try something. Drop the old live stream link in the see if we get any viewers from that. Watch with us as we break out here. As we see green candles. Guess to be expected seeing some selling this morning, but come on, do it for the stream. Coming up on 10:45 a.m. Eastern. It's got to break one of these spots. Either it's breaking down below 22 or we're going to catch a bid here and we're going to go into the 23 and start reclaiming some of these levels. Again, 24.50 is the local high of $35 CAD. So that's what's marked out on this chart up there. And then I have a little bonus marked out, all-time high of about 34, maybe just a touch higher than that. This looks good here, folks. This looks pretty good. Nice. We're starting to see this get around here. Huge congrats to Real OGs, Novogratz, and C. Ferrero on Galaxy listing on the NASDAQ. A major milestone for Galaxy, for Bitcoin, and every builder who stayed the course. Proud to be a shareholder, and then you win moment. Retweet that. Yes. 35,000 followers. It's going to start getting around, guys. This is going to start getting around to circles. People are going to start opening this up on their trading account. Us Canadians and existing Galaxy shareholders, we know about it, but it's everyone else. Let's see if we can get a push over here. 2260. I'd love to see this going up. And if you're live on the stream, please retweet this out and share it out. We'd love to welcome the new Galaxy shareholders off the NASDAQ. Thank you for joining us. Let's see if we get that 2262. See, we got 2260. Start breaking some of these little highs here. Galaxy is officially trading on the NASDAQ. These are the two most exciting growth areas in markets, AI and the infrastructure needed for AI to exist, and crypto finally at the brink of institutional adoption. We have built our company for this moment. That absolutely was Mike Novogratz's interview from this morning. 2275. Let's go. Let's see this up here. Let's see if we get a little bit more action on the X feed. Again, hit me in the chat. Let me know if you're on the stream live. Like, let me know in the chat. We hit 2340 pre-market. So if you're in chat, let me know. Please retweet this out. Let's get this going. 2280. Let's send this. $22.90. 23. Here we go, baby. Let's go. 2312. $23. Nice spike. Let's go. Nice wick. Maybe all the traders are gonna start to notice. I feel like this could run here. See if we can get some momentum behind it. What's behind the recent interest in Galaxy? Who wants to let him know? Yep, some liquidity takers, I agree. Galaxy trading here reminds me a lot of NBIS and CRWV IPOs. CRWV practically had 2x from its uninspiring debut, didn't participate. Galaxy giving liquidity some here while others take advantage to fill bellies. It would not surprise me if this afternoon moves higher, commencing flight. I agree. Let's go 23, 23, 23, 26, 23, 30. Breaking local high is 24.50. Let's see if we get that local high break on some volume. Some real volume starting to come in here. $23.43. Again, we were on stream calling this out. All here, 22, it held 22.20. Now we're 23.40. Let's go. You know, I'm allowed to get a little excited when the only stock I own actually this is I've only owned Galaxy for like the last 5 years. Got almost 1,800 on the stream. 23.60. Let's go. We're gonna break the opening price here at 24. Maybe go to the local highs 24.50. This is what happens: is start to boom, huge wick. Holy, oh my goodness! Does everyone see this wick? What is going on? I don't know what that was. Oh my, what was that? Right to 24.50. Is the Gib 30 a bet? Absolutely bet. Again, all-time high Galaxy. I have it marked off here. 34.97, or sorry, 33.97, 34 area is all-time high Galaxy. But let's see if we can get over this 24.50 area, which is the local high going back to pre-tariff announcements. Man, if you're taking liquidity, I mean, like, what are you doing? Crazy volume starting to come in. I actually don't have my volume on. I used to have it, but I removed it because I felt like it just kind of. I wanted to see if I can get volume back on. There we go. Look at that volume starting to creep in here. Let's see if I can, settings, can I make these visible, more visible? It was, we say in the crypto trenches, Galaxy so far has traded very PvP. But let's see if we can get a PvE runner, fam. Let's see if we can get a PvE runner. PvE, for those not in the trenches, is person versus environment, just kind of like a runaway train. If you're joining stream, nice. Let's see. Big push here. If you're joining stream, please retweet this out. Give me a follow as I do future streams. See if we can get volume to kind of continue to build here. I'm not going to get into much fundamental stuff. There's so much research out there on Galaxy. We're just literally today, we're just candle watching and celebrating. So, you know, we're coming up on 11 a.m. If you've not cracked a cold one, it's a long weekend in Canada. You know, a cold beer might get cracked around noon here, kind of the next hour, just as a little celebratory situation for some of us who have held Galaxy for years, which is finally live. Looks weird without .to. Galaxian. This guy, I think this guy always floods a little bit, and then he's long, and then he floods, then he's long. But I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on that. But I agree. Looks weird without the .to. Oh yeah, stablecoin bill would be huge. I know Galaxy has some fairly big plays in stable coins. I can't remember all of them, but they have both in the private portfolio or private equity, but you know, obviously providing liquidity. They have a number of ways to make money in stablecoin adoption, which definitely is happening. Oopsies. Sorry, I just realized I need to get back to my candles. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. I got X opened here on the feed. Oh, Dorothy. Let's get this. Let's get retweeted this. Yes. To the moon. Actually, I might not retweet that. Yeah, like look at the volume profile. Galaxy on the TSX, 5 million CAD notional on TSX. MSTR 1.7 billion, coin 600 million, CLSK 100 million, IPO about to unlock, US indexing, US institutional funds and flows, US retail access. Again, 120K notional on the OTC. I think yeah, it's a day. Galaxy, an actual reputable crypto name. Who wants to tell the scavenger here? Oh, I might, bro. I gotta meme this. I'm sorry. Let's meme this. We gotta. No, congrats. That's hilarious. Galaxy, an actual reputable name. Boom! Gotta drop the Novo. Go retweet this, guys. Go retweet this. Honestly, gotta drop the Novo. Hit me on the I'm gonna drop this in chat. Yep, y'all can retweet that. Wisdom Seeker. I'm liking the steady climb. I don't want prices where I'm forced to consider selling. I know. You gotta make your own investment decisions at the end of the day. But always important to take profits. But also always important to hold things that are strong, hold things that are building real good businesses. People lose out on a lot of upside just because they're kind of shell-shocked from, let's say, the tariff issue that we had just a couple months ago. I definitely trimmed a little bit and a little bit regretted it. I'm not gonna lie, trimmed a little bit last week. Regretted it a little bit because, you know, went from 27 up to 30 something. And so, but you know what? We have our main bag still in there. Galaxy volume is picking up, and so is the share price. Yes, Patrick. Absolutely it is. Galaxy, aside from being the largest validator of Sol, bought it at an absolute basement level from FTX fire sale. They also own 15,000 Bitcoin, the third most of any public company, 7 billion AUM, and have a great HPC deal with CoreWeave, with potential to build the most powerful HPC in the country. Is this in? Yeah, bet. Great tweet. Oops, I'm gonna retweet that. All right, we're crossing 24. Remember, 2450 is the local high. The local high that we experienced pre-tariff talk. So let's see if we can break above that. Starting to climb at the 24 range. Again, volume starting to build here really nicely. It's what we like to see. If you're in chat, please shoot me a message. I'll throw it up on screen so everyone can see it if you're on chat. Drop W's or something in the chat, you know, classic streamer stuff. Drop some dubs for Galaxy. Yeah, Raccoon Chan, Canada strategy. Maybe, I don't know. And that's in reference to MSTR being branded strategy. People seriously underestimate the impact this could have. Tokenizing securities would reshape the dynamics of the world's largest markets. If Galaxy kicks this off, it would be leading the next wave of financial infrastructure. Yeah, I agree. I think one thing people underestimate with tokenization is that every stock account or brokerage account that you have is actually an account, a ledger in some company, but all of those, it seems to me that whether the user knows or not, all those will be converted to wallets, and that wallet will be interoperable with, or the assets in that wallet, or the things in that wallet, even maybe the data and some other stuff could be in that wallet, currencies, etc., will be interoperable with what people own wallets in crypto now, but also what people, all the DeFi infrastructure. So there might be different, kind of things you can do with your shares, but also people in, if you live in Thailand or Vietnam or Kenya, you have the same, the ability to move shares and stuff with people in other parts or in the Western world. So tokenization is great, but it's not just a stock in your crypto wallet. It's more than that. It's a global standard for moving assets. Come on, $24. I think once you see this break at 24.50, I think is where you'll start to see maybe some serious volume. But it'll probably test this 24.50 thing and then kind of fake out, I would assume. But again, I have no idea. I'm just here watching candles because, it's fun. Galaxy posts are starting to gain traction, and it's only going to accelerate. Some of you are worried Galaxy will become a cult stock like Tesla and Palantir. I have long believed its destiny because big idea stocks are a magnet for the masses. Here's to making history. I agree. Nicholas, shout out to you, man. You put in the work when people were in the last bear market. Look at the volume. Look at the volume starting to build on this. And as volume grows and the price even moves, like this is going to start popping up on different scanners and stuff and get into trending things. Thank you, Courtney, for the follow. By the way, feel free to DM me messages here in chat, but also at me on X. If it's decent, I'll retweet it. Noah, if you're watching this, just let me know if you're around. You want to hop on here. I'll send you guest link and you can join. Guys, look at this. Sell the open, please. You know, if you're a long-term investor, just stop trading. Most people lose money trading. It's not worth it. Just be long-term invested. If you have a financial advisor, talk to them. But, you know, if you sold Apple stock 10 years ago, you probably regret it. If you sold the S&P at the tariff lows, you probably regret it. You know, taking profits is always good, but you know, like I'm not a financial advisor, so don't take this as advice, but definitely just, you know, be a long-term investor. Come on, smash the meme. Go to my profile, you'll see it. I sometimes post the Novogratz meme. It's in chat as well. Let's hop over to Stock Twits, see what people are saying. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to leave stream on. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Welcome to Galaxy Brains.
An infinite amount of cash for 3 weeks.
Yeah. And
about
cautious.
the situation.
So they missed some of the dip, probably.
They missed a ton of the dip. And, you know, in terms of the positioning data we've seen amongst the institutional crowd, like positioning was like a 2 out of 10.
So they mid-curved it, at least for now. I mean, we don't know where this goes in the future, but the sort of the left curve looked like the right play.
The left curve was absolutely the right play.
You've been talking about this for years now on the show, but about how retail has been conditioned to buy these dips since the great financial crisis, and they've been rewarded for doing so.
Every dip since the GFC has been
because we've continued to make all-time highs.
Correct. And so really, like, what it comes down to stop the momentum that stocks have, you really need like a recession, right? And if you don't get it, then just the passive buying flows alone kind of just drag you higher. Stock buybacks are now back in full force, right? I think AMD today or yesterday announced a $6 billion share buyback program. You know, essentially all of the Mag 7 has buyback programs, I believe. And so, you know, the drift in stocks is back to just being a grind higher.
Yeah, we're only about 4% off the S&P's all-time high.
Yeah, which is nuts.
I mean, do you think we're going to see all-time highs?
It's possible.
There's got to be some resistance there.
I will tell
think,
you
right?
that we have crossed the threshold of like fair value, right? If you assume the S&P needs to trade on like roughly like a 19 PE,
yeah,
right, and you assume like a healthy amount of EPS growth, like call it 5-6% EPS growth, and you slap a reasonable multiple, like that takes you to right around 5,900, and we're trading like closer to 5,950.
Yeah.
But the positioning metrics are still suggesting that there's tons of room to add.
Because I was going to say, if retail has been buying stocks, but institutions, just as a categorization haven't, or presumably if you get back above all-time high, like they're going to want to pile in, or at some point.
It's possible. It does feel like
the dominoes do start to fall. Maybe they don't all, but like then a couple do, and it goes higher, and now you're in a pain trade by not being long, or as long as you should be.
Correct. And what you've seen in the market is animal spirits, essentially.
Yeah.
A lot of the popular retail names have surged back to highs. Names like Palantir and Tesla, right? Those stocks have tremendously outperformed, and it's just hard to look at those things go up and and not want to participate.
Yeah,
so
not at least on the S&P.
Yeah,
right?
Correct. And so you've got a dynamic where positioning can take us higher, but I do think the fundamentals, like you are
we're stretched.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're overbought on like 10 technical indicators almost.
Yep.
I think S&P RSI is right around 70, which is your overbought territory, and we've essentially just gone up in a straight line for 3 weeks.
Yeah,
and so it feels a little scary up here.
One thing that's interesting is seeing Bitcoin, which sort of moved kind of not ahead of the 3 weeks, but over the last week or so, sort of moved first. Then when stocks were performing really well on Monday of this week, Bitcoin and ETH were selling off a little bit.
Yeah.
And then on Tuesday, Bitcoin and Ether were trading really well, and stocks were kind of selling off a little bit. And now they're both stocks are up slightly today, doing fine, and Bitcoin's kind of flat. Like, has there been a relationship? Is Bitcoin a leading indicator at all, or is it just are they all beta again on risk? Because gold is down relatively
a lot. There's everybody's in risk on.
So now now Bitcoin was doing decent on the gold trade for a little bit when it was trading like gold, and then now it's doing well on the risk trade.
No, I still think fundamentally it's a risk asset.
Yeah.
And I think when retail feels good, they pile into Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And you've seen you had a healthy amount of ETF inflows
a lot.
A week and a half ago.
Yeah. Cumulative net flows are at all-time highs. So.
Correct. And the corporates that buy Bitcoin, like their multiples are staying pretty constant, and
new ones keep being announced.
Correct. And the Cantor one just announced a $500 million purchase of BTC.
Right.
And MicroStrategy in their last earnings re-upped their ATM facility by $21 billion.
Yeah. Wow.
And so
so that was their 21 plan, and did they already do it? And now they're doing another one?
Correct. So they finished the at the money offering.
But it was going to be over 3 years initially.
Correct.
Well, he's buying at a record pace.
Buying at a record pace, and I don't see it slowing down at all.
Yeah.
Because it seems like what's happened basically is that the floor on the stock market has gone up because of the trade relief.
Yep.
Right. And so if stocks are going to stay healthy and the market's going to stay healthy, then I think this, corporate strategy can continue for a little while longer. But yeah, the other thing that kind of sticks out to me in the market right now, though, is with this rebound in risk, you've obviously had a repricing of the rate complex. And so you've gone from about 100 basis points of cuts priced into the December meeting, kind of at the depths of the equity correction to, call it like right around like 55 bips. So
wow.
2 cuts, right? So you've halved the amount of, pricing that you've had for this year. And now you're starting to see a little bit of a spillover into the back end of the curve. And right now, 30-year yields are approaching 5%. You are at 4.96 right now.
The 10 years at
around
4.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, back end bonds have started to sell off. That might be a little bit concerning because again, that's financial conditions tightening, right?
Yeah.
That's mortgage rates going up. That's financing costs going up for companies. That's, debt roll costs going up. And so, there is a meaningful impact to interest rates moving higher.
Right.
And so we'll see if that kind of balances out the risk on theme right now. But I do think that 5% threshold will, grab a lot of headlines, and we'll see how the kind of market reacts to it.
Yeah, well, and building on that, but also back on the equities and crypto side, let's pour some cold water. What is the bear case in your mind? Maybe it is rates higher as part of a tightening of conditions. I mean, rates higher is its whole other story. Maybe we'll talk about that next week a little bit, but about, they're trying to get those rates down and it ain't working yet. But what is the bear case for the rest of the year on equities and Bitcoin?
Correct. So if you assume that the baseline tariff rates are, if you just take the Britain and the China stuff, it's like 10% minimum and like 30% on the high end, plus the tariffs on steel and aluminum, like that effectively raises the U.S. tariff rate, by 15%, right? And so that is effectively, a tax hike on consumption.
Call like 15% average inflation.
Yes. So that basically by that 15%, we mean that the average tariff
across
rate
all of the tariffs
is going to go up by
obviously it's good specific,
215.
it's country specific, but in general, let's say it adds 15% of cost for consumers and manufacturers in the U.S. Yeah,
and so
that's a lot.
Effectively, like I don't know if this is factual or not, but I saw it on TV. I think Paul Tudor Jones cited the statistic, but it's effectively the largest tax increase since the 60s.
Yeah.
Right, and that does need to filter into the economy,
absorbed,
and that should put a drag on growth.
Right.
And so that's kind of your bear case, and then that's like your base bear case.
I was gonna say, then you've got like the student loans and
11 million student loan borrowers as of last week were officially in default.
So now they've got to pay, or they get in trouble.
The Department of Education is now collecting.
So they can't buy as many other things in the economy.
Correct. So I mean, that's that's depending on who you are. It's a couple $100 that you are now not spending on consumption.
Yep.
And that's a drag. That also impacts credit scores and the availability of housing to those people. And so there is kind of a knock-on effect. And then we've also seen cracks in the labor market. I think Microsoft today or yesterday announced
they said 3% across the board, right?
3% across the board.
Yep.
And so if you see, trade flow going down, that's going to impact things like truck drivers. We've spoken about AI as well as folks, and enterprises get more in tune with, the benefits of AI. That should lead to a smaller workforce.
Mm-hmm.
And so, there are things that are concerning. But again, like with stock markets this high, there is a wealth effect to also think about. And again, my favorite stat is, the top 10% of income earners who tend to own assets as well comprise 50% of consumption.
Right.
And so, when those people start to feel good, like the economy holds up okay.
Right.
And so, but the other kind of,
hey guys,
elephant in the room
I'm back
is
here.
These trade deals aren't signed and done.
That's right.
Right. And Trump and the administration can change.
So far, we're clipping 2390 here. This could get kind of interesting. Again, 2450 is the local high. So if I go to the old Galaxy chart, go to the daily. This chart is 15 minutes delayed, by the way. The local high here on the CAD is 3503 or 3470. Which is marked out at 2450 roughly. It's kind of slightly off probably because I'm referencing the OTC. So we'll see if we get a push up here and we break kind of those local highs and make a movement up. Yeah, I mean, Galaxy is the largest SOL validator. So let's see, or one of the largest SOL validators. Let's see. See if I can find some. By the way, Solana is pretty much the future. I used to love Ethereum. I've owned Ethereum since $6 back in 2015. But man, is Solana looking like the future? The user experience in Solana is far superior, and I know some might not like that take, but it just it is what it is. Solana is an incredible UX. So here's the validators: Helios, Binance, and then Galaxy is in third. And they bought and have locked at the time for 4 years from the FTX estate. I think they bought a lot of SOL, a bunch of SOL. I don't know how much exactly. I was trying to find. I thought it was in the billions, but then someone corrected me that it wasn't. But you know, how much is 9.5 million SOL? Let's do times 180. So, you know, $1.7 billion of SOL. That's impressive. We've got a coffee going on right now. You know, in hindsight, BitGo deal being dead probably ended up being a blessing in disguise that that deal didn't work out. We ended up getting a better custody institute. Well, I shouldn't say better. We ended up getting a institutional custody GK8 in a, I think it was like $8 million or something. So much smaller deal size. Now, I know BitGo would have brought it a large amount of AUM because they have the wrapped BTC stuff. So there's tons of AUM there that would have been kind of nice to have. But I think ultimately building it from the ground up with GK8 is probably the right approach, and allowing, you know, the liquid funds to be used for investing in AI HPC ended up being the right play. So I think long term, I think the BitGo deal was kind of not fun in the moment. It didn't hurt. It didn't help the stock. Pushed it down to $5, but in the long run, it ended up being a good for Galaxy. All right, here we go. $24. Let's see if we can get a break here. The real story here is the Sailor effect spreading like wildfire. Top win Asia strategy following MSTR's playbook shows corporates are finally getting it. BTC isn't just for portfolios anymore. It's becoming treasury strategy. Meanwhile, Galaxy's quiet 3.2% gain on debut shows institutional crypto is maturing while retail gets excited about scanning QR codes for fries. My analysis shows these adoption, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this is an AI agent. Ugh, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to read out an automated thing. I thought that was a human that had posted that. Ah, well, simple. Bonjour, Atom est disponible à l'exchange sur notre plateforme. Ne hésitez pas nous contacter au Wealthsimple support si vous avez des questions. My en français is not very good. I tried my best for y'all. Wealthsimple, I mean, this is kind of like the Robinhood of Canada. Great product, by the way. I was an early Wealthsimple user. Let's go over to Robinhood here. I like Robinhood's clean green lines. Lime green. Let's see CAD pricing. 33.36, folks. Let's see if we get a push here. J stock review. So this is April 7th. Probably the bottom. Last post for a while, and I hope it helps. In March, April 2020, around the start of the COVID crash, BTC was 5K USD. From 5K to the current high, 109K, over 20x. I believe Galaxy offers the same opportunity, now trading for $9 US. Over 5 years, 20x or more, book market. Major wealth is created by buying in times of extreme fear, holding and letting the company execute year after year. Galaxy has the team to execute. And notice the difference that I make a call like this in extreme fear, not extreme euphoria like other X accounts. Solid take, J stock review. We'll see if we get these kind of X's. We'll see. Oh, wow. 24.30. Let's go. This is saying 24.15 or over is a new 52-week high. So here we're getting this nice push up. Let's see if we can sustain this push up here. All right, the new ticker GLXY is now live. Yo, am I the first person watching? I'm the first person watching it. There's 0 followers. I'm tweeting that out, fam. $24.25. We keep pushing. $24.28 on E-Trade, eh? Thanks, Jacob, for being on stream with me today, by the way. I appreciate you. Look at this. Get on the... Oh, man, what a day it would have been. I've tried to work at Galaxy. I remember in 2018 when there was like 10 people working for Galaxy, I tried applying there. Look at the spacesuit. Little space guy. Man. Ah, what a moment. Wow, man. 2,100 viewers. Shout out to y'all. If you're on the stream, retweet this. Like we're breaking 52-week highs here, so please retweet this. Oh yeah, here we go. 2450. So just so you all know, the next level, once we clear 2450, and again, long shot. But the next level to all-time highs is around $34. So $34 is the next level. But 52-week highs, right now we're clearing 52-week highs at 2450. See how Bitcoin's doing. Do a little check in here. Hyperliquid, Sol. See how Qs are doing. Thanks for the Qs for holding up for us today for the list day. You know, Qs are Up 4 bips. Man, what a blessing it is to have real-time Galaxy charts. Finally, I was tired of the delayed. Look at this delayed TSX. Brutal. Finally, we have those. Let's see if this wants to break out. Galaxy has landed. Wow. This seems like the proper post to quote. I never had more difficulty writing a post. I was also waiting to make sure I wasn't on any pictures or videos. So here's to sharing the Novogratz invited me to the NASDAQ ceremony. Came here to represent you all. Let's go Galaxy. That is special. That is super special. I respect that a lot. Companies that are shareholder first are always going to win. Obviously, you need to have great business, but absolutely love it. Look at that. Novogratz just right in on the NASDAQ billboard. That's wild. That's amazing. You know, one thing I'll note on this. So Nicholas, one of the challenges being listed in Canada is that they couldn't promote the stock probably as much as they would like to have. Now they're listed on the NASDAQ. They can properly promote it a bit better. But, you know, Nicholas did the hard work, which is doing the work, getting the information, putting it out there to shareholders, even when Galaxy wasn't able to really talk about it. So, you know, I love seeing that this was appreciated. I remember this tweet. In 2030, Mom, why is our family rich? Because Daddy betted everything on Galaxy and ended up being right. Oh, it's so good. Actually, I'm going to repurpose this for something today. Wow, 2,100 live stream views. This is my biggest stream. So as of right now, we're starting to clear 52-week highs at 2450 here. Yeah, shout out Flammel, absolutely. Yo, absolutely. I'll give Nicholas his flowers. This guy was there during the hard times, educating people on Galaxy. So I'm told 2441 is 52-week highs. So let me adjust my 52-week high marker right there. That's precisely 52-week highs. As of right now, we are starting to grind through that level. Justin, gold is a $22 trillion.
We had a euphoric top right around the inauguration, and a combination of
about 104,000.
And I remember, by the way, when we started to come back off the April lows, and maybe gold had the first move, and you said, when gold goes, what was the exact data point? It was like crypto follows, and sure enough, here we are.
Yeah, listen, we had a euphoric top right around the inauguration, and a combination of a lot of things, Trump coin and whatnot. People say, okay, and crypto went back and tested where the the election breakout was. Now it looks like we'll take out 106, 107, 108 and make the next leg to 130, 150. And at that point, you're in price discovery, right? I keep thinking gold's a $22 trillion asset and crypto's a $2 trillion asset. And at one point, as more and more young people inherit the money for their old people that, kiss the face of God, you're going to see crypto equal gold. And that's a long way from here.
About 104,000.
And I remember, by the way,
remember, guys, I was on stream, $22 here. I was, we were live stream. We almost shut the stream off down here at 10:30 because I was only going to stream for like, half an hour more. But man, look at this move here from 22.40. We're now clearing 24.65. This is a great move. Wow, 24.80. I'm actually going to replay this speech. This was great.
This day's been a long time coming. For the past 7 years, we've poured everything. I'm thrilled to be here with the GLXY team to ring the opening bell. This day's been a long time coming. For the past 7 years, we've poured everything into building the most comprehensive platforms for institutions to engage in digital assets. From the beginning, we knew that becoming a U.S. public company was key to realizing that mission. It gives us access to the largest, most liquid capital market in the world. And it lets us engage directly with investors here at home in a way we haven't before. But look, getting here wasn't easy. The road was long. There were setbacks, market volatility, and regulatory turbulence. We weathered it all, and we're stronger because of it. Adaptability became part of our DNA. That flexibility, that resilience is exactly what allowed us to move fast when we seized on the opportunity to expand into artificial intelligence. And the ability to evolve will be a big part of our story going forward. I want to take a moment to recognize the people that made this possible. To our employees, you are the heartbeat of GLXY. We've been in the trenches together and kept pushing when others stepped back. To our partners, clients, investors, and early believers, thanks for betting on us, even when the path wasn't always so clear. And meaningful as today is, it's just the beginning. I started on Wall Street, ran my family office, then took a leap to build a firm that bridges institutional rigor of traditional finance with the potential of digital assets. GLXY has become so much more than that vision. Our best chapters are still ahead. Now let's go build that future. Thank you.
Remember the name, guys. Remember the name, Mike Novogratz. One of the best speeches I've ever heard of an opening bell. Wow, $25 now. Remember the range or the all-time high Galaxy is 34-ish dollars. So at $25, we are 52-week high. And this thing is marching. This is starting to gain some momentum here. I don't know what's going to happen here, but this thing is starting to really take off. We were live this morning, saw this dip, 2250. We're like, everyone's kind of sell the news situation, and it's just ripped to $25. We are now at 52-week highs. If anyone scanned the QR code on the little space dude, I'd love to know where that directs to. Been streaming since 9 a.m. We're 3 hours in. It's a long one. I might go all day. I don't know. Right to close. Might go to the close. If anyone's on stream now, drop in the chat. Say hi. Don't want to just stream by myself. See over here at Stock Twits. $25.15. Galaxy Digital debuts on the NASDAQ at $23.50 per share after a 1,320-day wait. CEO calls SEC scrutiny infuriating. I agree. Shareholders are peeved. What was the risk, Gary? What was the risk in this day that we are watching right now? We're watching history. Galaxy finally got uplisted, and they held this off the NASDAQ for what reason? Galaxy created some of the Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs, the spot ETFs. Galaxy almost 3 years ago now listed spot ETFs in Canada, and we're fine. Galaxy has listed ETFs in Brazil and in Europe, and still they held it off this day, this NASDAQ listing, for almost 4 years. For what purpose? What purpose did that serve? Not allowing investors to see the run from $5 a share up to $30. Like Galaxy, I mean, look at the Canadian version. Gary, were you protecting investors from this move right here? You know, I don't know what 1,300 days ago is, but were you protecting investors from this move? U.S. investors have missed out on 580% upside because they kept this. The SEC kept this off the NASDAQ. honestly, it just like boggles my mind of what these people were thinking. I don't know if it's, I don't want to get in trouble, but like, why? If someone knows why, please let me know. Just blows my mind. Someone who's worked in the space, one of the first institutional guys, and they held it off the NASDAQ for 1,300 days for absolutely zero reason. Scarcity makes you tougher, Novogratz said. We funded our company mostly through investment gains and trading. Guys, this company survived because they are the best at what they do. They are the best in the business. Galaxy Digital worked hard, and they, like, being a public company of their size isn't free. You actually have huge overhead expenses just being listed, even on the TSX. So the fact that these guys maintained a company of, 300 to 600 employees, they're building out one of the biggest data centers in America. They covered all their expenses and have grown is just remarkable. One of the great stories. Let's see what we're just checking the TSX quote. Now passing $35. 25.05 on Robinhood. This is starting to gain a little bit of momentum here. All right, back to the people are starting to figure it out, guys. 25.20. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Remember, do your own research. Make your own financial decisions, folks. Welcome, Jay. Long Galaxy fills 2370. Welcome. $25.24. Guys, people are starting to figure out. 2,200 people on stream has tuned in. Let's see. Wild. I don't even know where I'm going to wrap stream today. I have no idea. I mean, at what point do I grab a beer here? That's what I want to know. It's a long weekend in Canada. I've been waiting for this day for a while.
Now,
Liquid capital support everything.
Mike Novogratz.
Thank you, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here with the GLXY team to ring the opening bell. This day's been a long time coming. For the past 7 years, we've poured everything into building the most comprehensive platforms for institutions to engage in digital assets. From the beginning, we knew that becoming a U.S. public company was key to realizing that mission. It gives us access to the largest, most liquid capital market in the world. And it lets us engage directly with investors here at home in a way we haven't before. But look, getting here wasn't easy. The road was long. There were setbacks, market volatility, and regulatory turbulence. We weathered it all, and we're stronger because of it. Adaptability became part of our DNA. That flexibility, that resilience is exactly what allowed us to move fast when we seized on the opportunity to expand into artificial intelligence. And the ability to evolve will be a big part of our story going forward. I want to take a moment to recognize the people that made this possible. To our employees, you are the heartbeat of GLXY. We've been in the trenches together and kept pushing when others stepped back. To our partners, clients, investors, and early believers, thanks for betting on us, even when the path wasn't always so clear. And meaningful as today is, it's just the beginning. I started on Wall Street, ran my family office, then took a leap to build a firm that bridges institutional rigor of traditional finance with the potential of digital assets. GLXY has become so much more than that vision. Our best chapters are still ahead. Now let's go build that future. Thank you.
Huge day. It's just such a huge day. That was a great speech. Like, that's just one of the best CEO speeches. Bro, no one knows about GLXY yet. Don't even trip. Remember, Mara and Riot have hundreds of thousands of watchers. GLXY has currently 0 watchers, but I'm watching it, so I'm sure it'll update at some point. So that's 2.7 million shares. I think TSX, we were turning over like 1.3 million on a good day, maybe 1.5. So we're already 2.7. The day's not even over yet, and still not a lot of people know about the name yet. So it's official. We are pressing 52-week highs, guys. "52-week highs were at 2450, so we've cleared that. So technically, we are breaking out. Should be reflected now on I don't know, man. That's a chart, bruv. This is a chart. Look at this chart. This is a chart. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these candles. Oh my goodness. Look at these candles from the lows. Look at those candles. It's like I think there's an air pocket here until you get into the 40 CAD range. Like, it seems like there's a fair amount of air up here. I mean, the volume is starting to get to some of the highest volume. Again, this is on the TSX. Man, I remember these days. I was buying throughout the summer and then just started going slowly at first. This grind this year, 2023, to that grinded up for a full year, and it was kind of painfully slow, and then really started to gain momentum. This crash was tough for a lot of people. I think people were caught offside completely, and then, you know, just a huge move. And the stuff people tweet, like, what is this guy saying? Yeah, why don't you go and short Galaxy and let me know how that goes for you. The shorts, I think there was like 4 or 5 million shares short that got just getting roasted. Here's the what is this? Galaxy. This is one of their wallets. I don't think this is full. They have 15K BTC. I saw. Okay, what is this? Galaxy Digital. Yeah, I don't think this is. I thought I saw they had 15K BTC. I could be wrong. I mean, take Rittenhouse. This was just started this month with a grain of salt, but we believe Galaxy's flagship data center, Helios, will generate 1.7 billion EBITDA and 32 billion of equity value in the near term, with significant further upside. It's extremely bullish. This is a new firm. I've never heard of them, but look at that, 32,000 views. My goodness. So I would be cautious even reading that, but I'm probably going to take a break here. I'm going to keep the stream going, and I'm just going to play something from Galaxy Brain. And we'll just keep this going. But I'm going to take a little break, and I'll be back on. But we're streaming today.
It is. Here, think about what makes.
So you've gone from across the and
Bitcoin went down, and Bitcoin went down and kissed right where it broke out from post Trump election, and markets often go retest the breakout level. What made it scarier actually than a normal retest was Ethereum going way through where that retest level would have been 2,200, 2,400. We went way through all the way to what, 1,700?
Yeah,
right?
16, 17.
Ooh, ouch!
It's bounced hard off that area.
It has, but normally markets act in unison when they're retesting a level, and so that started undercutting this. Wait a minute, maybe this. How do we miss this? Like, what did we get wrong? And that went through the market, and market got very scared. And so, if we were just a Bitcoiner, it was a little bit easier to stomach the downdraft. If you were a crypto dispersed portfolio, it was a very painful quarter. Why did it happen? Listen, we had a euphoric top with the inauguration. Couldn't get better energy, couldn't get better information, and then there's a long time before there's new good input. You had Trump out of nowhere with tariffs. That was on anyone's bingo card, and that created a risk-off. One of the fastest and most violent risk-offs I've seen in equity markets and currency markets and credit markets. Less credit markets, but currency markets. And, it impacted crypto. And so we had the breakdown of gold and Bitcoin, where gold roofed and Bitcoin sold off. And there were some hairy days in there, though, like in almost every one of these cycles, Bitcoin stops going down, it finds its buyers, and then it starts regaining momentum. And all of a sudden, as soon as it gets momentum begets momentum.
Yep.
Right? Michael Saylor isn't buying on the way down because he doesn't want to be selling his stock into the hole. As soon as the stock starts bouncing, he's able to sell MicroStrategy and start buying Bitcoin, and that engine starts going again. And what's been fascinating is how fast Bitcoin enthusiasm has come back. We've now launched the SoftBank Tether Cantor version of MicroStrategy. The David Bailey version just got announced. The Japanese version is accelerating.
Their Metaplanet's quite large now. They have, I think, 1.8 billion. Of
Shocking.
Bitcoin.
Shocking.
It was a tiny little hotel group.
Shocking how, and you know, hats off. I have been skeptical of the Bitcoin treasury. I thought Michael Saylor is a one of one, you know, with his laser eyes, with his passion, and he got it out there first. And so I didn't think these other guys were able to duplicate his strategy. I still don't think long term you're going to have that many places where Bitcoin should trade at a premium to Bitcoin. Michael might pull it off because if you think about what cryptos are, they're communities, right? The value of Bitcoin comes from the Bitcoin community. The value of Ethereum comes from the Ethereum community. Those communities go beyond what an equity market owner is. They become almost religious, passionate, definitional. And Michael, in lots of ways, has that with MicroStrategy people. Even though it's a derivative of Bitcoin, it's got its own personality, its own religion.
Yeah.
You know, with Michael as the Messiah, and it's allowed it to trade at a premium to the underlying Bitcoin far longer than any kind of market wizard would have predicted.
Right.
And it doesn't seem to be slowing down. And that's nothing but good for Bitcoin. Because when you think about what makes Bitcoin or any of these tokens go up, it's pulling people into the tent. And Michael's pulling them into the tent via his on-ramp at a faster pace than anybody in the whole game.
Yeah.
And, you know, that becomes a giant closed-end fund. The premium could shrink and expand, but the Bitcoin's not going anywhere. And so we keep taking Bitcoin off the table, putting it away in diamond hands or steady hands. And, you know, as soon as we get a little bit of mojo, I mean, it feels right now like we take out 107, we're going to be 120, 130. And you're like, how did that happen? We were 75 and now we're 120, 130.
I know. It does feel like we did, you're right. We retested basically the November 6th price. And then we rocketed all the way back up. It's like the market is saying that there was froth on top of that 74K. All that other price from, you know, late November, December, January was it froth? The market's asking itself that question.
Well, there was froth. And listen, there were real sellers.
Right.
Like some people that bought it at 40 decided they wanted to sell it at 100.
Right, totally.
You know, some of the OGs that bought it at under $1 were selling.
So, but it seems like we overcorrected from that froth because now we're back over 100 pretty quick.
104, 400.
I mean, it's pretty high. So maybe 104 was a good price. You could have sold it in January, and if you were smart, somehow you could buy it at 74 in March. But I mean, more likely, if you've just been holding, it's like the last 3 months didn't happen.
If the last 3 months didn't happen, if you went away on a holiday. I used to always tell one of my best friends who's big Bitcoin bags, calls me every day, but he doesn't trade. I said, dude, do yourself a favor. Take a cruise and come back in 4 months.
Yeah.
Let us suckers suffer the up and down of everyday price, the pain.
Yeah.
You know, I think part of the culture of certainly all of crypto, including Bitcoin, is the suffering, the communal suffering. Again, when you think of the real addition that crypto made to investing is this idea of community-based investing. It's literally, you can call it mnemonic, you can call it, but value is coming from that community. And part of what binds that community is, in fact, the jokes, but it's also the suffering.
It is,
right?
yeah.
You ask any Bitcoiner, I mean, they've got 50 minds about how they're getting kicked in the teeth, memes about how they're getting kicked in the teeth, or even more sensitive places.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's, and everyone always likes to ask, like, where are we in the cycle? And that's been a pure market question. But I think another reason that people ask it is because we all remember how volatile and euphoric, but also terribly painful these past cycles have been, right? It's sort of a badge of honor.
Yeah. Listen, I think Bitcoin's becoming a macro asset that is going to be on every desk of every macro trader, macro investor. And that's a great thing. And so, you know, will it go one-to-one with gold? No, it's going to have a little bit of different properties. But over time, I think Bitcoin's market cap will surpass gold's. Young people like Bitcoin more than gold, period.
Yeah.
That's just the sole reason. And the rest of crypto in lots of ways, still needs Bitcoin to go up. It's the signaling event. It's the brings liquidity into the space. In time, it won't. In time, stable coins will blossom. They'll run on other blockchains, and their adoption will have nothing to do with Bitcoin price. There will be projects like Hyperledger or others, Hyperliquid, that blossom as exchanges, decentralized exchanges, maybe not just in crypto stuff, but in equities and in other assets, Uniswaps. And the Bitcoin price will be so much less important, but right now it still is very important. It is symbolic. It is for a company like ours, but for the whole space. And so my guess is 5 years from now, it's still it's still the number one asset, but it doesn't, its price direction doesn't drive the price direction of everything else.
Interesting. Let's talk a little bit about.
Then we're a real industry.
Yeah, I mean, with some true diversity right now, most of those other assets are just beta on Bitcoin one way or another, right? Let's talk about macro, because the reason for that, you mentioned the Trump tariff. Nobody had that on their bingo card. They knew that he was going to do something with tariffs, but it was the magnitude, right? It was that announcement in the Rose Garden.
Yeah, listen,
where are we now in tariff land in your mind?
There were two distinct camps. We'll call it the Navarro camp, using tariffs as a permanent adjustment to try to onshore U.S. jobs. And Trump got excited about that. And let's call it the Scott Bessent camp, using tariffs to pressure our counterparties into better fair trade deals. Mm-hmm. Not complete free trade, not zero, but fair trade. We'll give you this, you give us that. And it feels like Trump is leaning towards the Bessent camp pretty heavily, certainly with this China announcement. Like, part of that was the market telling him, dude, you have to lean the other direction. You know?
Yeah.
Great intent over here to bring back jobs. Ain't going to happen in a horizon that makes sense. And if you keep up, you're going to collapse the global economy. Yeah. And so the pivot on China was rational, but it was absolutely essential for both sides. And so now it feels like we're going to get a series of trade deals with higher tariffs than we had. There'll be some revenue that comes in to the Treasury, but not as much as they had hoped. And we're going to get a tax package being hashed out as we go. We're already getting a lot of regulatory regime, and the Trump administration will see with that trifecta, can they grow the economy and bring down the deficit? I am skeptical that this year's deficit will be even smaller than last year's 6%.
What's up, guys? I'm back.
I think we're going to go 7-8% this year. That's why Bitcoin's
$25.
Bitcoin's going high.
Great interview.
Yeah, you've said that it's a report card on fiscal prudence.
But we'll see. Listen, I pray for Scott Bessent's success.
Yeah.
I really do. I think even if it slows Bitcoin price action down a little bit, I think getting our debt to GDP heading in the right direction, which is lower than it is today, is a really important thing.
This is one of those things I think about with the stablecoin bill. I know you've talked a bunch about this and been working with phones over the last few weeks, as you said today on the earnings call, that tariffs and this type of fair trade mercantilism, they impede the dollar's dominance. They make it more costly for foreign countries to use the dollar. Shouldn't the stablecoin legislation be thought of more as a dollar upgrade, dollar dominance bill than a true crypto bill?
Listen, it's easy when you feel like, oh, there's an easy fix having a weaker dollar. We'll be able to export more, but you're like, but your imports cost more. You're less rich. Your standard of living vis-a-vis everyone else's goes down. Why have we had the strongest currency? Traditionally, the country with the strongest navy, the country that protects the world, protects the sea lanes, protects trade, has the right regulatory and legal framework, is the reserve currency. Being the reserve currency costs you something, right? We spend more on the military than anyone else, but it gives you a huge benefit of being able to borrow almost unlimited. And we started to put that brand at risk. And, Trump has a very distinct style. And if you take him literally, you really get upset, right? And a lot of the world got upset. That rhetoric, that's his negotiating style, but it was and continues to be taken very badly. And so we've seen a sell-off of the dollar. I think we're going to continue to see a sell-off of the dollar. We're seeing people wanting to hold less treasuries, and that's problematic for the U.S. There's Secretary Besson is trying to reel that in a little bit and get us on good footing. But that'll be the real tension. Bad dollar, good Bitcoin.
Yep, I know.
And good crypto. And so I do think Bitcoin specifically, is a almost essential hedge to any portfolio right now.
Yeah, I saw that the UBS, the head of wealth management in Asia for UBS, was saying that their wealthy clients in Asia are turning to gold and crypto increasingly as an alternative in this geopolitical, shuffling that's happening.
If you literally had like a pin, like a little red pin on our blue wall, for every conversation you've had recently about, Norway, the Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund owns $600 million of MicroStrategy, pin. UBS Wealth Management,
right,
pin.
Right.
Abu
Dhabi Sovereign
Wealth Fund, pin.
Yep.
Like, the adoption process is accelerating far faster than I would have ever predicted 2 years ago even.
Interesting.
And I just think we've already crossed the Rubicon. And so now, if Bitcoin's 300 million people own it, it'll be 600 million people in 4 years. It'll be 1.2 billion people in 7 years. It'll be, half the world in 15 years. And that's where you can, people come up with these fantastical prices. It's going to be at $1 million. That's where you can actually get to these prices. Where you can say, well, gold is now 22 trillion. Bitcoin is roughly
1.5 trillion, 2 trillion?
2 trillion, right? 21 million coins, 100,000,
that's
2.1
right.
trillion. And so 10x from here, or $1 million of Bitcoin, is gold.
Yeah.
Gold used to be 5x from here.
That's
but
right.
Gold went from 1,600 to 3,200.
Who's buying that gold? Is that central banks, foreign central banks?
Central banks, Indian brides. Listen, the Indian dowry system is still
totally,
the biggest buyer of gold. But this is mostly central bank driven, and it's high net worth people driven.
Yeah. Are they diversifying away from the dollar?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Is this part of the reason why treasuries the yields remain
so
high?
Here's my prediction. This is just on insight, a rumor, but it makes sense. The BRICS are going to launch their own currency. They're going to launch a stable coin, which is partly backed by gold.
Yeah, makes sense.
To give it a little more juice.
You can't really settle with gold, physical gold. You can't do trade with it, but you could with the stable coin tied to gold.
And it's not going to be 1-to-1 back, but I think they're going to throw it into the mix.
Yeah.
It's just a guess. I heard that. It made so much sense. Often when you hear things that make sense, you're like, aha.
I mean, if it makes sense to you, someone else, the people who should be doing it must be looking at it.
So back to your case.
Yeah.
Yes, it's essential the U.S. gets regulatory framework that allows Visa and MasterCard and GLXY and Meta even to launch stable coins and to participate in that world. I would rather have the whole world's commerce being done in dollars than in renminbi or BRICS coins or Bitcoin even, for that matter, if I'm the Secretary of Treasury.
Yeah.
And so I think both Democrats and Republicans get that. Again, I spent more time on the phone with senators in the last 2 weeks than I have in my entire life.
Right.
Just try. And we don't really have a horse in the race on which of the two bills.
Right. We're not a stablecoin issuer in the U.S. today, right? It's not like
But I have a big horse in the race that crypto takes the next step in implementation and innovation. I want to be able to go to McDonald's, which every time I eat there, I'm like, oh, why'd I do that? But I still, once in a while, I stop and I get a fry and a chicken nugget and cheeseburger. And I want to be able to take my phone, which shouldn't be ringing, and just take my stable coin and pay for my hamburger.
Right.
And that'll happen once we regulate stable coins, because Stripe and PayPal and all the payment rail people will integrate them right into their systems.
It's just faster and better than other ways of paying with dollars, right?
And so I think that's coming. It doesn't, right now, legislation probably feels like a 25% chance, which is so frustrating because 2 weeks ago, it was probably 90% chance, and it just got scuttled.
Yeah, I know it's tough. And I think part of it is they view it as a crypto bill, but I view it as a dollar bill. Like it's about American dollar distribution.
Listen, the far left, again, hijacked the process a little bit, mostly because of what was perceived to be cheeky play by the Trump family between the two sons and their crypto businesses and Donald's meme coin, which then was being used for access to dinners. And when you put it all together, it's a good political story for the anti-Trump crowd to say, wait a minute, this is corrupt. And so it dirties up what should be a completely bipartisan issue, especially stablecoins.
Right.
But the whole crypto should be bipartisan, and it should be a technology, not a political statement. But where we are is where we are.
That's why they call it politics. Mike, let me transition. Galaxy had, you guys presented Q1 earnings today. We're recording on Tuesday, May 13th. I think the one thing I wanted to ask you about from this was a new accounting sort of organization now into digital assets, so a sort of shuffling of how we organize the way we think about our business into digital assets and data centers and then corporate and treasury. But we were in global markets, asset management, and digital infrastructure solutions. But now it sounds like digital assets and data centers.
Listen,
talk to us about that.
I had a family office, and this is 2016, and I hired Chris Ferraro. Why? Because he had a skill set that I didn't have, and I thought he was wickedly smart. And when we decided to launch Galaxy as a public company in Canada, the idea was, okay, we're going to be this crypto company, but the other byline of the idea was we're going to hire the best and the brightest. I used to say, well, I want to be the Goldman Sachs of crypto. The reference wasn't to the businesses Goldman did. When you worked at Goldman Sachs, you felt like you were on the New York Yankees. They hired the best and the brightest. That was at least the culture, the belief system. I'm sure Morgan Stanley had their own, counter to that in other firms. But that's what I was talking about. And what smart people are able to do, what curious people are able to do, what hardworking people are able to do is pivot, is to see opportunities and seize them. And so we had a Bitcoin mine, and we said, well, how are we going to be in AI? And I would get on ChatGPT and try to figure out what to do, and I'm not great. But by pushing and asking questions,
this guy said it
became really evident
to
that
come
we
up
should
with their strategy for Helios.
rip out our Bitcoin miners and become an AI data center. We were fortunate enough, prescient, fortunate, lucky, you put the word down, to actually own a data center in a great part of Texas that has the potential to be the country's largest data center. And so we have gone all in. It is a awesome business. We've got a great team, both looking at taking advantage of the existing power that we have, waiting in the queue for a whole bunch more power, and then looking at business development. We said today we've looked at 40 different sites where we could actually continue to grow. And so, it's turning a trade into a business. And while they're not direct synergies between running a data center and crypto, there are a lot of synergies in the right direction, right? AI and crypto will kiss. It has to, right? AI is the great organizer and centralizer, and crypto can decentralize. And so when you think of things like deep fakes and authentication and even moving money from AI agents, they're going to happen on crypto rails. Like the digital economy, we believe will be built on blockchains. And AI is going to run that economy at one point. And so just being in the data center business puts us around the clients that are building the stuff. And so while we have a few venture investments now that have an AI backbone, I think in the future we're going to continue to try to be commercial and opportunistic. And this is my favorite example of it because it's now going to be as business that is as big as our crypto business. There'll be other things that are also cool that might not be as big, but I think that's the idea. I can phrase it another way. I think if Galaxy has the same footprint in our crypto business today, in 4 years' time, we'll have a pretty crappy business. Like, this business is going to change so fast that our team needs to be one step ahead of the game, needs to be seeing where the puck is going, and then trying to build towards that.
Yeah, very smart. It's two just enormous trends, AI and blockchains and crypto. I don't know, but the other thing I was going to ask too about how you think about this company going forward. You were asked by an equity analyst on the call, but like, there is no company that has the scale of data center business and this very investment and markets related business, digital markets, but together. I mean, I've never heard of a company. This is a one of a kind company at this point, right?
So you could think of us as a holding company with 2 big businesses. One day I'd like to be a holding company with 4 big businesses.
Right,
Maybe.
I
don't
see.
know. Like, who knows? I do know both are growth businesses. Both are going to take capital and time and mostly human ingenuity. Actually, the crypto business is actually going to be, in some ways, more exciting and harder to run because the roadmap isn't as clear, right? For any of us, not just for Galaxy, but
Yeah.
for the whole space.
Yeah.
Right? The regulatory framework, what's going to be adopted, where value will accrete on blockchains. They're all best guesses.
Yeah.
The data center business is pretty straightforward. We know there's almost an infinite demand of power right now. You're up against maybe technology changes fast enough that they don't need as much power to run these things. That's always a risk. But it's, can you get the site? Can you get access to electricity and the regulatory framework there? Can you get it financed and built? And can you get it leased up to world-class clients that are going to pay you?
Yeah.
And so that checklist, in some ways, is much more straightforward than, okay, which blockchain of the 38 big ones are they all going to be used? What's the security protocol?
Yeah.
Like
Even if they are used, the value, should we own the token or should we run the infrastructure for it?
Right.
Where does the value go? You said this really well, I think, earlier today, too, in describing this exact point. It's sort of like the range of outcomes, both positive and negative, is much narrower for the data center than the number of possible outcomes.
Yes.
Whereas crypto is like, I mean, if you think about 2021, it's like, well, is there going to be an explosion forever of digital art? Is there going to be, or is every game going to be using it? Is every equity security going to be on it?
Listen,
a lot of these are still in play, so it's the big.
They're all still in play. We're early on all of it. Crypto has not yet, outside of Bitcoin and stable coins, had its third best use case.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
It will. Will it be tokenization of equities and funds and currencies? I think so. But I'm not sure. We'll see. Will it be decentralized rideshare and decentralized ticketing and decentralized, lending? And I hope so, and I think so, but it hasn't happened yet. And so this second piece really is where we need to be on our feet. We need to be helping, both invest in those companies and create those companies and drive that, but be smart enough to realize, like, some will win, some won't. In some ways, there's great optionality in this space still because it hasn't happened.
It's super interesting. All right, before we wrap, it is a big week in New York. It was the Robin Hood Gala was on Monday, but the Knicks and the Celtics are in the playoffs. The Knicks, my poor Celtics are down bad. But the Madison Square Garden area is on fire right now. But more importantly, after 1,300 days?
1,311 days, Galaxy is going to ring the bell on the NASDAQ, list as a public company. Just last night, we became U.S. domiciled for the first time in our history. 1203, we became a U.S. public company, and we're going to list on the NASDAQ. It's been a unbelievably difficult, journey. Mostly thanks to the Biden administration's kind of war on crypto. But we got through that. We got through 2018 where the market fell 96%. 2022. And so we're battle scarred. I was saying on the earnings call today, it's easy to think we're ringing the bell and we're at the end of you just crossed the finish line in the marathon. And it's actually the opposite. We're ringing the bell and you just crossed the starting line. If our first catchphrase was the herd is coming, that institutions are coming to crypto, I was like 7, 8, 9 years too early. The institutions are now in earnest coming for the first time. Like they're getting engaged. Last year was the ETFs, and this year it's okay. Now we're going to get really engaged in crypto. That will be accelerated if we can get legislation, but it's going to happen even without it because you've got a regulatory framework in the SEC, CFTC, et cetera, that's making it more possible. And so it's wildly exciting. Once you're a public company in the US, you have access to the deepest, most liquid capital markets in the world, and they only exist here. And so we have been at a disadvantage for the last 5 years, and we're now at least we're going to be at advantage amongst versus many companies, and we'll at least be pari passu with the ones that are already public.
I can't believe it. You started the company at the end of 2017 and in early 2018 out of your family office. Have you thought about this day before? I mean, I know you're thinking about it now since it's finally here, but how big of a milestone? I mean, obviously it's huge. You pointed out the access to the markets and our competitor set and all of that, but I mean, give us some thoughts on like whether you thought you would be here, and have you thought about this? Have you rang the bell before, first of all? You have, haven't you?
I have, actually. So Fortress went public. We were the first private equity hedge fund company ever to go public on the New York Stock Exchange in 2007. And it was just fun. We had set out to put these businesses together. I remember saying to Wes Edens and Pete Brigger, 1 + 1 + 1 is going to equal 10, guys. Let's just build world-class businesses, put them together, and there'll be synergies. And having that, and and Pete had said the same thing, having that come to fruition, whatever, that was 5 years later, and ringing the bell and having a high net worth for at least a little bit of time, and all that excitement was literally one of the highlight days of my whole career. And so it's kind of even cooler to do it a second time in a new industry. But there's a lot of echo. We sat there and we said, we're going to build a company. I didn't have as much confidence when we started GLXY that the crypto industry, where it would evolve. It was just, I thought it would get bigger and it was cool to be a company in Canada, but what it would take to have scale and earnings potential and presence in the, in the world, right? What was cool at the inauguration is at the vice president's ball, I looked around, there was 20 crypto CEOs. Like, we have a real industry now. And like I said, it's an industry that's got a couple winning products. It needs some more, but it's on its way. When we started the company, you were hoping that would happen. Where at Fortress, while we were doing something unique, you knew there was a good hedge fund business, a good private equity business, a good credit business. No one had just taken them public.
Right.
And so just running our businesses wasn't as complicated. It was difficult. It's hard to be a great investor, but there was a path well taken. Here, there's been no path well taken. And quite frankly, in 2018, you were like, is there any business left? Like, our revenue, our non-proprietary revenue in 2018, I think was less than $3 million. Like, there was just no customers.
Yeah, exactly.
And you look back and you're like, we could have sold it. We were going to merge, and all the near misses that could have happened, that didn't happen, that got you to here. And so you thank your lucky stars, and you listen, the Friday will be a fun day, and Monday we'll be back to work. But it will be a fun day.
Mike Novogratz, founder and CEO of GLXY, thank you so much for coming back on GLXY Brains.
Thank you, Alex.
That's it for this week's episode of GLXY Brains. Thank you to our guest, Mike Novogratz, CEO and founder of
Good
GLXY,
interview.
and our friend Bam Netabibi from
That's
GLXY Trading.
all worth it. All right, guys. I've been on stream for 4 hours. I'm done for today. It's a long weekend. I want to relax. Thanks for joining me on this one. Like I said, this day was a long time coming. 4 years plus. as tough as it is for Mike waiting 4 years, it was also equally as difficult on shareholders who saw the potential in this business and just it couldn't be realized. And I don't know why. I don't know why Gensler and the SEC were so afraid because clearly, you know, now that it's live, like what did they hide it from investors for? They hid the gains. Galaxy's the best performing stock on the TSX last year in Toronto. They hid those gains from American investors and refused to let American investors make their own financial decisions on what they want to own. And I know the SEC has to be there to protect investors, but sometimes it goes beyond that, and it's just inexcusable, really. But here we are. We've moved past that. And yeah, appreciate it. And as Mike said, the journey is just beginning, and this is gonna be a fun year. Thanks, everyone. See you on the next stream.